Action Pants Gaming.
Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right.
Well, good morning and greetings to all you travelers out there, and of course all you builders. It's me, Kevin C, here yet again at Action Pants Gaming with another Monday morning build and chill. That's right, it's a Monday. I know, Monday. And I'm starting a little bit late today. I got about 3 minutes after the 10 a.m. hour on this August 11th of 2025. But I do know some of you are still sitting there in the past, and some are somehow in the future. But whatever present you happen to be in as you're watching this, I hope it's going good for you. All right, let's get on over to what we're doing. I don't even know. It's Monday. Let's see if there's anyone in chat yet on this Monday. We do. We've got the legendaries. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. We've got Hardicus73. Good morning. How you doing? Yeah. Here we go again, trying to figure out how to finish up the last 55 parts. Yeah, did a check this morning. We don't got a lot of parts left. So, you know, our final upload will have to be, you know, I don't know. We'll go through, we'll try to, you know, make some larger parts and do all that fun stuff. But yeah. So I had it here. I had it over here. Now I have it here. Here. I like it. I don't. Stuff about it I dig. Other stuff about it I don't. Yeah. But what I did notice that was kind of neat was this sort of shape that it made and how it kind of became this attachment point, which I thought was kind of neat. Again, I'm not 100% stoked with it. It's alright. You know, sometimes, what do they say, you can't, it's like trying to catch lightning in a bottle twice or whatever. Ooh, pardon me. So. Try something a little different here. Getting into the whole asymmetry thing, maybe. All right. Downside is this is. Let's see here. We've got 4, 5. Okay, legend. All right. Awesome. Thank you. I was gonna bring that up today. Actually, right before I started the stream, I was thinking about that. Yeah. Well, we should. You know what, Legend? We should probably try to find a way to help expedite that process via the community somehow. Teats. I don't know how we would do that, but I think we should try to figure out a way. I don't like how far away these tend to sit from the wall. The collision bubble stuff is a little much. Oh, fine. I guess I will do a. I mean, let's face it, MSG, up until recently, notoriously, you know, is always moderated, you know. this? What am I doing? What do I want to do? I suppose I could do that there. Something. Yeah, exactly. 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 Everything everyone's saying right at this moment. Need to be able to help our community when we can. Oh, yeah. Well, if you can, please try to do so. That would be wonderful. Go up one on that one. Indeed I do. Alright. You give me sticking problems, are you? Alright. Well, you know, things in the moment sometimes. Why are you being such a pain? Just... Oh, I know why, because there's probably two of you in there, right? No, okay. Hey. That's more like it. Why does that look funky? And it's centered. Yeah, I don't like that. Okay. So who do we talk to that's smart enough to organize something like that? Double tap, tap. What's going on? How you doing? Of course. Fits perfectly in there, but he's too low. We're too high. This breaches into... What are you doing here? What the... Okay. Good morning, ER. Will do. Actually, when I'm trying to figure out which way would be best. Yeah, you're going that. All right, hold on. I don't have many parts left anyway. I uploaded this morning, but I will do it again. Yeah, after I made this monstrosity of a new teleporter thingamajiggy. Yeah, I saw you last night and render got bizarre. But you rendered in, and look at here. It's still not doing what it should be doing, but it is better. It's still wonkadoo, you know, but you know, we still have the no way in scenario. But it, you know, it is rendering a bit better. I think I went a little too overboard. I'm sorry. Trying to make it look like a city. I think I went a little crazy. But hey. I'm going to have to overbuild. So, all right, so, yeah, I want to go this way. That's what I thought. Okay. So let's move this. Hopefully, but this is the best it's ever shown, like, and I saw it earlier this morning too. So, progress. And I had moved like 420U away from your base computer originally, which I thought was, you know, going to be enough, but apparently not. Yeah, 486. All right, so I'll move mine. Hopefully we can still do what we need to do. 406? Huh? We were just at 486. Oh no, we were at 386. I could have sworn we were. I just want to make sure that I'm going to be able to still build and everything. Yeah, I have a feeling as well. 439. I think that should be good. I don't really care where it is right now, you know. But, yeah, ER's build is an ER build. I don't have to say anything else. All right. We're going to have a bizarre render for a bit, I think. Right back at you, ER. Thank you so much. I feel bad. Like, I thought I had moved, you know, far enough away. But I guess not. Yeah, 236. Yeah. But I will say that the fact that I'm seeing all of this, you know, popping in over here is a good sign. You know, we're definitely making a little bit of progress on the upload. I'll also check in the cave because there's some newer stuff. I know there's some newer stuff he added over there too. We'll see if that's showing up. Yeah, it's just the entrance really in these extra landing pads. I'm wondering maybe ER if we get together at some point and I delete, you know, what I can. I don't know because that's the old stuff. Never mind. We already thought about that. All right. We just uploaded. That makes 3 uploads today, so I'm going to not upload again for a little bit. What's the plant? Which plant? What are we talking about? Oh, I got mods on. That's right. That's right. Oh, hey, extra part. Wheat. Forgot I was doing some experimentation back here. Why are you here? Is there a reason? Alright, we don't really need these. It's more for hiding the BS going on with the flashing here. Oh, what's the plan? About to say, plan. I think there's a new one opened in the Quicksilver. I'm going to do a little R&D today. We are going to check my part count in a little bit. We're going to have to overbuild a little. I made this little monstrosity last night. I was trying to go to bed and then I got locked into building this thing somehow. I don't like it 100%. It's not bad. It's got potential, but I'm not totally on board with it yet. But we'll see. We're getting there. And I'm not sure if I like with or without the I'm going to go without. Like seeing the... We don't have the full disc. That's sort of... That's hiding in there. Just once you start, like, man, 3,000 is not enough parts. We've talked about this for years. That's enough to get, like, your structure built, you know, or your area built. I think it's one of the reasons they kind of went with the sediment. Try the purple small walls. But again, we're running out of, running out of parts, like hardcore. Like, it's kind of heavy duty. We don't got much. So, some of this will have to wait. Yeah. Okay, it's all... This is one thing built off of this one small floor panel. And we can go and we'll experiment with that in a few. I hate the way it doesn't do what it's supposed to. Yeah. Flurgan blurgan. Alright, so that's not gonna work. Needs to be much larger. Alright. None of that's speaking to me right now. And if it is, it's saying, this isn't gonna work. I do like the amount of phasing we've been able to get from these parts. Yeah, even these terminals are really dull. Like, things aren't as bright as they used to be. It's kind of sad. There's like this combo of, you know, that is a little larger, isn't it? Yep. So that dot, which means that I'd have to manually place that in there. I don't want to go messing with that right now. Yeah, and you can see even here, this piece is off center. See what I mean? Like this gap between here and here is off. Sarge, what's going on? Yeah, I played. Played a little last night, then I was going to get on with Will, but then I was hanging out with somebody who needed somebody to hang out with for a while. I don't know what's going on, but I sure hope things improve for that person. Yeah, so again, you know, offset. The build mechanic needs a hand. It really, really does. Right, I'm gonna try to get comfortable here, if that's even possible. So again, this is why building is kind of it's tricky. You know, to be 100% with your build at the moment, I feel, due to, you know, all of these little bits and pieces. Of things that need repair. Alrighty, what are we doing here? What are we doing? You do anything fun? Right, that one does interesting things. It moves, it spins, it grooves. All right, getting away from what I was trying to do. But we have such limited resources. It's not gonna work. All right, let's go back to this one. It should go up. It should go up. I was hoping for something in between here, but it doesn't look right? It looks offset, even though it's not. All right, let's try this one. What the heck? Let's try this one. See what it does. Maybe it'll look cool. Or it won't at all. Alright, so... Oof. Come on. Like the game's telling me it's not going to look good. Stop crying. But I want to see for myself, damn it. Like what I would need to do is half step this. Oh. No, that works. Door's a little offset, but I could probably fix that. Alright, we'll take that. Not as horrible as I thought it was going to be. Yeah, but see, that's the door. There's nothing I can do about that, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll take that. Actually, it works really well. I'm alright with that. Cool, cool. Be nice for a little more spread out, but think we're okay. I suppose we could bring it out a little bit. Yeah, but then it'd be too far. We'd have to do, you know, the whole blah, blah, blah. No, I think we're alright with that. I think I'll live with it. Not perfect, but... Alright, let me just see where it lands. Let me see where it lands. Way too far. It's way too far. Alright, so if I mess with this... Alright, let's be smart. Or at least mildly intelligent. Okay. We also have wires to deal with. We've got bite beat crap, which I would love to do more. Again, you know, we'll try to overbuild. I'm wondering if running all these bite beat might be causing a render issue too. I know that used to be an issue, but whether it is still or not, I don't know. But oh, my take. Battlefield 6. What do I say about... What are you doing here? What do I say about Battlefield 6? It was fun. Ish. Definitely some, you know, things I'm hoping they work on, which I'm sure they probably will. I found somebody's comment, somebody I was watching on their take on it online, one of the, you know, a Truon streamer. It did feel a bit like COD with tanks. The maps I felt were a bit small. I definitely had some... Whoa, all right. I thought we got rid of all this. But, you know, again, it was, you know, player test, so... I can't 100%, right, don't know why you're here, but we could probably remove you. The destruction was neat. There was another comment I saw that I highly agreed with as well. Where there's a lot of like dust, even when the building isn't being brought down. And I think, as somebody pointed out, it might be to help with render, which I guess would make sense. Oof. Oof. Render is pushing. Wow. Yeah, this was doing this last night too. Not very pleased about it. And it's weird, like how this renders. I'm gonna have to delete a base as well. I think that's gonna help. And I think I need to free up some total parts. Like if I'm walking normal, it's not bad. And again, I may need to just let this settle for a little bit too. Still kind of need this. I'm not 100% done with that. Still working here. I still want to do something downstairs. I mean, I'm essentially out of parts. I mean, for all intent and purpose, I am not doing well on part count. We're kind of hurting here. Feel that there's a part in here that doesn't need to be. There's a missing part here. Great. We obviously have an overabundance of parts there. We have this thing, which I can't stand how large the collision bubble is. That really messes with everything. Alright, that's not too bad. It's not bumping me out of place. Alright, good. I wonder if it's the one with the lights. That could be. Because this is a little bit better on its collision than the other one. Let's try that out. Let's see if that's the case. There's the base. How low can you go? I'm in mid. Alright, not so bad. Odd, but okay. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Now we're going to save, we're going to reload, and we are going to have to do some exploring of... I need parts back. And I gotta finish the signage down there. And I want to save it because I want to mess with that sign. Or the doorway there. That's why I was doing that. Now I remember. But I think we kind of already settled on. Well, we're still tucked away, but now we have a different kind of thing there, which is interesting. Now I can't get at... There we go. Horrible. Gonna move it left or right. No. Again, because the way that this part is, and there's nothing we can do about this, I hope they fix it, but the part itself is shifted. All right? Like, there's something offset about it. But if we look at the signs, which are essentially perfectly symmetrical from what I can tell. In relationship to the door, which obviously, is not necessarily snapped here. Um, well, this looks like an average size piece, so let me try and make this average. See what we get out of that. That's better-ish. But again, if we see where the center point of this is, which should be more here, to align with this portion, that looks pretty good. I think we can live with that. Yeah. All right. That'll do. But am I going to get Battlefield when it comes out? We'll see. One, it'll depend on where my finances are at that time. And then, excuse me. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. Pardon me. Yeah, I think that works. I mean, we can mess it all up more and, throw on some sticker here or whatever. That's always fun. But if we do that, then we gotta, part count. It's all down to part count. It always ends up being that. And then this is collision bubble. So. I really wanted to make the whack-a-mole game, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. I think it's too many parts for this current build. All right. Still got what else we got to make it here? So these have a very feasible, and this, it makes building off of this interesting. It gives you some opportunities because of, it's so mergy. Oh, we don't have any terminals here, do we? No, we do not. I've been wondering what to put over here. Maybe this. But probably not. Oh, didn't notice that. I want to move that. Where are those coming from? They're from the wall? Huh. So we have a center. All right, we'll let that sit there for a few. And we'll either say yes or no. Saladaster, hey yo. Alright, so this isn't going to end up being what I thought. quite sure what that is, but sure, why not? And you can... Alright, I need that just a little bit more forward. Just a hair. In that, let's cut that in half. If I go too far forward, then it... I'll let that sit there for a few, I guess. Either that or I need to raise it up and make it smaller, which is kind of where I'm leaning right now. So I think what we need to do is that. And just that. See it, but hey. Downside. Multiple, but one, that's crooked. That doesn't work. It kind of does, kind of doesn't. Catch 22. Nope, I don't like it. Not a horrible idea. It has potential, but... Yeah, definitely thought about it. Ah, okay, there's the issue. I see it now. Ah, it's all crooked. That's why. If we look at the, yeah, okay. Never mind then. Might not be the way to go. Not horrible, but yeah, see, the wall is not perfectly level either. Which we knew that going into it because, well, we manually placed it there, so we kind of knew it wasn't going to be. Right, there's our biggest issue right there. Okay. Let's start with the first thing. Try and level that out as best we can. And it's not going to be facing the direction I want. Already off to a rough start. Yeah, see, even this here, you can tell, like, it's just not, things aren't, these are parts that are very asymmetrical from what I can tell. But I had that over this. That's why I had that. Here. Here. You know what? Yeah, so then you're going to be offset and weird looking. And we're not going to really have any way to. Okay, so then if I put this in there. Up, squirreling. that up. You know I'm going to end up hating this, and I'm going to go, yeah, no, forget it. And I won't be able to get it straight on. So close. Then we have this. That doesn't look good. And it's crooked. And forget you. Forget you. We're out of here. All right. Damn it. It's too crooked. Make sure this looks okay before we hit save. That looks all right. It just like, yeah, you know, I won't let that slide. Can't be. Can't have it like that. We need something over here, though. That's the problem. Need some sort of something or other. I'm not sure what, but something. Right on, right on. I still can't believe nobody got the quote from yesterday for better hallway vision. But yeah, it's kind of a drag now because, you know, you just Google or look something or AI it, and like, there's got to be a way to keep that from interfering with actually. I mean, it's kind of why I couldn't, you know, I thought about doing some sort of rewardy thing of some sort for movie quotes, you know, if somebody got somebody right over time. I'd offer up some build time or something. Yeah. Well, hello. You don't need to be here. I don't think you need to be here. And I don't think you need to be there. I could be wrong. I don't even know why I have this over here. I should just delete it. No need for it. That would free up a ton of space. Or, not space, but part. I think that needs to be there. I think that needs to be there. That does. I believe all of that does. Yes. This we can get rid of. That we can get rid of. That we can't do anything about. And that means we can probably get rid of. Locating parts. Ah, that's it. Okay. So you do need to be there. Gotcha. And let me guess. No, you're not going to go in. Right? Joy Ross, good morning. So yeah, stopped in at Joy Ross build yesterday. Unexpectedly, I was up at Crusty Butte. Was needed some wires, so I went and helped out. And then while visiting the planet with these kind of flutterbys, I was in the Nexus and happened to notice I'm next to, I'm like, going through the base terminus, to see what's in the area. See one by Dashboard Devil and one by Joy Roth here. Very cool, by the way. Is there a reason that's there? I don't think so. Yeah, we're doing a little cleanup right now. We don't really have much of a choice, to be honest. We kind of have to do this. But we also don't want to uglify things, so let's see what we can't do to fill the gaps and still look like it's supposed to sort of be like that. think we can do with a couple of walls and sort of let it be, you know. We did find a couple parts, so that's good. And we could even maybe cover up that. Alright, temporarily, we got to put in another holding bit. We can move this appropriately. Yeah. Okay. Not exactly. Not exactly perfect, but hey. We'll take it for now. Yeah, Joy. Hit me up later if you can. My pleasure. Anytime. Somebody needs something and I can offer to bring it out and help out, and I'm gonna do it. Oh, Twisted Army, I had a feeling. A little difficult to see in here, but we'll get it. Come on. You. Manual placement blues. Damn it. It's like obvious. And then I can't see biscuit. You know where I am in comparison with the rest of the bits like that. Yeah, it's about as good as we're going to get on that one. Alright, we still gotta figure out what the heck we're doing with this downstairs area. This will save us a couple of parts if I can, you know, use an enlarged wall here or something, which is probably what we should do. It just sucks because I like having that different bits of texture around, you know. And I don't want to do a big floor here because it just doesn't have the same effect. Some of this is definitely going to have to be overbuild. You know, we've got a bunch of stuff here that, oh, looks like I got to do this again. All right. Yeah, I came in this morning and there was a visitor, which was kind of neat, but at the same time, I'm like, uh-oh. I quickly got out of multiplayer, and I feel bad when I do that because, you know, I like to meet new people, and it would have been cool to, you know, have that person check out what we got. And it would have been nice also if ER's build was doing what it should have been doing. It could have gone to all of it. But regardless, yeah, the terrain decided to rear its ugly head, which is always kind of a drag, because now I'm going to actually have to ask someone to move this piece again for me. Now the terrain is stuck in there in the collision bubble, which is no bueno. All right, let's do that. I mean, there's so much more that, you know, we could be adding into this place. And, you know, I would like to get into, you know, getting decorative stuff done and all of that rigmarole. I did try to, you know, do the best I could surface-wise. You know, there's a little bit of terrain that was dug out, but then I put a bunch of it back. But I'm also out of terrain edits, which is kind of a bummer, but, you know, these things happen. But we'll, you know, we'll figure it out. Yeah, you know, slid it exactly the same, but you know, one decided to change. And yeah, the fact that this no longer, you know, copies properly, that bugs me as well. You know, you copy something expecting to replace it the way it should be, and, you know, it is not. It rotates back to either the original position or, you know, flips into some weird state. I think I should also maybe use this piece as intended. But again, if you look at it, everything is so... The lighting is just off. You know, I hate to keep saying this, but if I don't, you know, things may not change. And don't forget the Zendesk. Zendesk, 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 please. Your Zendesking hopefully will help. Yeah, right? Totally. I agree. You are 100% correct. Nay, 0, no. Rent a bot. Alright, we'll figure out what we're putting in there. Alright. We need to do a part count shortly. As much as I really don't want to. But most of this is... covering something. As much as I don't want to, it does give it a bit of continuity here. So we need to keep that. Alright, we already locked down this area. Oh, here's a couple of stray pieces. Right on. Take those. Thank you. Ah, so close. Damn it. Cuts right through. Right through it. I don't even think we can really get by with that either. Yeah. No, because it gets here and there. There we go. That's why we didn't do that. But we could do that. Again, no, 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 no. Stop, 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 stop. You're adding crap that you don't need to be adding right now. Fabled Pilgrim. Welcome, welcome. We still have all this stuff to finish up. And again, a lot of this is going to have to be, you know, overbuild. Shoot, where am I? Did I lock myself in here? I did, didn't I? Hey, a little secret way out there. Good to have. Thought I saw. Try and get some terrain back. I gotta be careful. Right on. All right. Good, good, good. All right. I think it might be getting time for... Oh, yeah, it's break time. All right. We're going to be taking our break. And then I think we're going to do some R&D today. I have this sneaking suspicion. Yeah, and see how that doubled up there? Real important, I think, to go back through and check to make sure that there isn't doubles of stuff. That I've been noticing happen recently where you know, you have this overlay of a piece that you didn't put there, but for some reason it doubled up on its own. I've been noticing that with floor panels a bit. But other things as well I've noticed too, but mostly floor panels. Alright, let's do another save. We should probably upload at the end of the day one last time, and then maybe we'll just step back from this for a little bit, let it settle, see what happens, come back to it, you know? Alright, I'm not going to do anything else here, am I? No. And if we need to, we can always redo that bit. Alright, let's see what we have left for parts. Then we'll take a little break. We'll come back and we'll hit the R&D area for a little while. We'll come back here near the end and see where things are. Trying to make sure as much of the terrain is gone as I can. And am I done with this? Yes, for now, but I want to leave that there just in case I want to mess with the roof of that, which is the part that I'm not happy with. Well, that's kind of cool. I didn't even notice that. You can kind of see in the distance a little pipe work there. Is there a secret little passage we can make back here, maybe? Not really. Kind of, sort of. Yeah, we need to get back here anyway at some point, because if we change the fish, you know, we're going to have to be able to work with the changes. So there's a little secret area over there. Alright, I think I've gathered up a few parts. We're probably going to do another underside look. We'll try to do, again, we'll do some terrain. We're going to delete a base today, I think. I think it's time to get rid of some of those. Other than that, I think we got a good percentage of our parts. Oh, I got to put a bracket on this. That's right. Okay. Do 3 pieces here. Hopefully turn into 1. I might even just be able to do that without too much issue. Actually, can I not just do... something like that? Yes, we can. All right. Well, that solves that problem. Granted, we still 2 parts, and we'll get rid of that. All right. Kitten Swarm, welcome. Good morning. And anyone else I may have missed saying hello to. Although now I'm going to want to... Alright, sorry, got distracted there for a moment. Alright, we should probably rewire to... oh, wait. Do I see another sneaky part? I do. Nice! Right on, right on. I like when I find those extra little parts. Alright, let's do another save. Burp. Legend. I know. We need more parts. We need to be able to upload more. 5G. Another 2G I think would be great. I mean, we got a nice big build here. Another 2,000 parts to decorate would be perfect. In my opinion. That's just my opinion. Oh, I can already tell this is cold and gross. Okay. I'm not going to waste any more time here. We're going to take a little break here. I'm going to warm up my coffee. Take a little bio break. Stretch out. You know how it works. For those of you who got to get going, thanks for stopping in. Don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, leave a comment. Ring that notification bell, let you know when I'm on again, and all that stuff. For those of you sticking around, you know what I'm going to say. Peel the peepers away from the screen for a few minutes. Get up, stretch out. get your bio break in, get a beverage, get a tasty snacky treat, and we'll see you in a couple minutes. All right, because we'll be right back. We'll be right back. You know, we're gonna be right back. Boop.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip, haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow.
All right. That's me back. Okay, where were we? Coffee in hand. What's left of it? Not much. Oh. All right, let's head out to R&D for a little while. I think we need to take a little breather from here. I need to go erase or delete a base or two, unfortunately. That works. I'm happy with that. Yeah, that worked out pretty good, actually. I like the color we added. Changed up the sign a little bit. That works for me. All right, let's head out. What are we going to delete? We need to delete. Alright, do I have anything built anywhere else? My bases. I don't have a lot built, so... Gertz? That one sounds familiar. Did I build anything here? Ooh, no I didn't, but I think I kept it because it was nice. Maybe. Could be. Alright. No, not Gertz. Alright. Ugh. Knot in my neck. Why are you showing me base parts? Why are you showing me things over there that I don't need? We'll go check, but something's funky there. Why is that showing up? Alright, we got this. I went into my, and I couldn't find these in this save editor. Oh, we got to find out how many parts we got left, too, in our other build. We did not do that. Alright, why are you showing me? What are you showing me? You're showing me nothing, because I have everything. Okay. There's the new stuff. Yeah. What are you talking about? You already have all this. You lie. You lie. There's nothing for me here. Why am I in multiplayer? Although I could be in multiplayer. I'll do that. I have everything turned off, right? Join, invite only. No one, no one. Okay. Alright, let's go. Save those settings. Oop. I haven't even looked at the new one yet. I grabbed it, I think last night or the day before, and I just was like, oh, okay, cool. Grabbed it and didn't do anything with it. All right, your bases. Let's see here. All right, this has a ton of parts. That's 3,000 parts right there. But it also looks halfway decent. So we're going to have to delete either this R&D or this R&D. And I don't know which one is the one that needs to be deleted. I don't really want to delete them, but at the same time, it's just kind of reproductions of, you know, things I've done. Like just variants. Damn it, no, this has got these on it. Scheiße. Should have built the cube here. Alright, we're kind of, I don't want to delete anything, to be honest. Alright, I don't want to rebuild the cube, although I could. It doesn't take long. But this has... You know what? I know it's not a lot, but it's better than nothing. I know what that's for. Alright, I do have the ones in the middle, right? Yeah. That's the important one. That's the important one. Okay. And I could box this. It really wouldn't take a whole lot. I mean, it takes some parts. That's for sure, but... You're killing me, Smalls. Alright, let's get rid of all this. Leave those. That'll give us a couple of parts. We already stripped this one down, if I remember correctly. Yep, we did. Excuse. I could, and actually I could probably save a ton of parts by just taking that circular floor and turning it into a, standard square floor. That would save a bunch of parts right there. I should probably do that. Okay. That should do that. What the hell is going on here? You know what? We're done. We're done here. Let's just take everything out. Call it finished. Get that down. Sure. At least I don't think I can. No, that's buried in here. That is going nowhere. Alright, I think that's actually clean. We are done. Sugar. And what else? Might as well just get it done while we're here. Not gonna do anything with these bits. We're done with these. If I want to do something, I can. We have the wall in. Do that. That will at least give us something to work with. I'm just hoping that also freeing up some parts, the game itself is going to be like, oh, I can breathe a little bit better. I understand. I'm gracking your mouth music. Fabled. It's just, you know, you spend time building these things, and some of it you like, and you would like to be able to, you know, maybe mess around with a little more or whatnot. Am I going to do anything else? Maybe. I'm going to leave that one circle. We do have the walls, but I think I'm going to leave. I'm going to have duels in here. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, a lot of duel. Oh, I may have done that on purpose here. Yeah, that's a slight step. Yep, okay. Yeah. But I don't think we... Oh, well, that sucks. Well, I guess what? Guess we're just deleting all of it. I'm not going to deal. All right. And I don't think we need those little triangles. I don't know why they're there. Sure, I had a reason at the time. Oh, thank you. Well, I think everyone's got their unique build style. You know, it's like a painting style, a drawing style. Even if you emulate your favorites and, you know, etc., etc. You still have your fingerprint. And the thing is if I want the circle back, there's the center of our floor. And we just start again. Making a circle is nothing. All right, that's overall. We still got to see what our ER extension has. All right, I did learn a new, easier way to obtain this wall effect. Oh, Shiza. Yeah. All right, we don't need any of this. We can add it again if we want to. I was going to make a box in here, which I still might. And actually, this would be a good place to demonstrate what I'm talking about, because although I will still need all of that. Just better sometimes to start fresh. But now I have a bit more of a consistent way of getting what I need. However, there are some caveats, you know, little things like here where things meet right in the middle. You know, depending on how much effect you want and if you want it to meet or stop or overlap, you know, that's where all of that sort of stuff, you know, is discretionary. But to get certain basic elements with this, and I am going to make a tutorial. I just been a little unmotivated recently. I've been feeling myself lately. So, are you middle? All right, for example, to make a box, because these race initiators, extend out a certain amount, they do a certain thing. You have to kind of work within the constraints of that, or, and see how we have a bad seam here. The box, to make a box, is that. It's 3 by 3, right? That's our box. You can extend that out, but then you'll start having interesting issues. But nothing that can't be dealt with. All right. Probably have a save beacon around here somewhere, shouldn't there? Or a button. All right. We can safely save. All right, consolidate. And while we're here, we can always look at the fun stuff. All right, to get one of these walls going, you do need legacy parts. No, that was not the game or the stream. That was me. My gears slipped there for a moment. Because you need to get this effect first. I mean, you could use something else and then drop this in. It will just take you longer. Because these do not slide on the short wall. So, you're going to want to find your center of your floor. In this case, it's here. Normally, if you're doing a box or a standard, it would be here and then here for a crossover, right? So your race initiator takes up 3 and a little bit of a floor panel width. But because this has already been started. Alright, you're going to do the usual. You're going to flip the floor. And I generally recommend having the front facing you. Does it really matter? No. Depends on what you're doing afterwards. So it's usual. All right. And now Let me get rid of that so we can see what we're doing. But what I learned, instead of having to deal with the cube, because I'm just used to setting up with the cube, you can add it later to add in other elements if you want. But to get this going, since it does a full floor panel length, what you do is you take your wall. I like using this one because it gives me my direction. And you want to flip it. Excuse me for a moment. All right. So, wall. You want the back of the race initiator, not the front. So that way the back is not sticking in the room. It's outside. And you get a different animation. You get more animation from the back than you do from the front, if I'm not mistaken. I think we've already proven this. All right, so once you have your wall, you're going to take your short wall and you're going to drop it down one. I usually just wait till I'm about to do it. So then you take your race initiator, but first change the color of that. I don't know why I'm doing that now, because that's not going to make any difference here. Drop it down one. Make sure it's flipped. And it brings you right to the top. So now you're perfectly, when it hits the bottom here, boom, it lands right at the top. Now, it does not go all the way down. It stops here-ish. All right. Now the same thing applies if you don't want it coming from the top. You can now flip this floor right. Just built it. I know. Then why isn't it there? Just wants to look like it's there. All right, then we're gonna do that. Flip this over. And now we can do the same thing, only this time come on. Don't be pain in my butt. There we go. Sometimes you just gotta move it around a little bit. Delete something. All right. And now we're going to go up one. And then the same would apply from here. You know, now you would take that wall, if you wanted to do one, you know, this way. Come on. There we go. You know, you would drop that down one. And you know, you're always shooting in the direction that the wall is facing. Well, that's another reason I like these. I can tell kind of where that is. So instead of setting up all the cube, you know, if you're just trying to get the effect, and see how the monitors are all facing outwards. It's a nice color on that. I like that color on there. You know, and so on and so forth. You just, you know, you keep rotating around that bit. So, you know, now you'd have to adjust this one and this one. So it's not a fraction, it's like, so when you now put this in with this newer method instead of the cube and the pyramid, actually, I know, surprise, surprise. I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. But, you know, things happen and so on and so on. So in order to get this exact height, you just use a wall, okay, instead. So you flip your floor as normal, however you do that. Come on. And we're going to have this face inwards. Just makes it easier to do the micro adjustment. And then once you have that, now, since we want it as a wall, right, we're just going to take a wall. We're going to face it backwards. We're going to drop the wall one. So flip the floor. Then once the floor is flipped, put a wall here. Then you can put a short wall, drop it one. Get your race initiator. Drop this down that one. Drop it in. Replace the wall. And now you're right at the top of that floor with the bounce, right? Now, it only goes to about here, just past this. And then subsequently any other flip, you know, you're doing the same thing, right? So in order to shoot this one down, I put the wall off of here. And then, you know, brought it down. Or now I go up one. You know, because I'm going this way. I'm shooting it in that direction. So I would go up one. This would be down one to bring it up to the top of the floor. This would be up one to bring it down to the... So you have a nice even gap. And then you would do your micro adjustment, right? So if you do it normally, you know, with the wall in place, what happens is it shoots up too high. You know what I mean? So if we were to redo this and we put the wall in, hey, one bad meep, how you doing? All right, so we got the wall, right? Now if we put that in without lowering it, the short wall, we're up too high, and we don't cover, you know, we have this gap here. So instead you would drop it. No, it syncs up. They eventually sync up. They go out of sync. They get a little wobbly. But they do eventually sync. And I shot, you know, two in the opposite direction. You know, at the same distance. Hopefully. And then now we do this bit. So instead of where we weren't very perfect with the cube, although we managed to, you know, but it was a lot more work. It was adding in a paver and you know, doing half steps and climbing, you know, this one down, and it just, there was way too many steps. So this alleviates, I don't even know. Like if I weren't demoing this, you know, we would probably have both walls up, and, you know, it would be, you know, we'd be close to done with making a box, you know. Now, granted, with this, it's just these centralized bits, you know. Oh yeah, Fable. So once you got that, And see, that one's already ready to go, and we broke it apart and rebuilt it. So then you get rid of your, most of your walls and whatnot. Get rid of your pavers. And then you bring it back till it does that. And you'll notice that even this is hidden real well. We're not getting flame coming through. And we'll do the seam, and we should, have a similar result. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see. But currently, we don't have any of the flame poking through. And then, we obviously will change from this floor to the other pavers afterwards. Oh, I don't know if I created it. I might have. I don't know. Probably. Although I can't be the only one to have thought of it, I guess. Now, you can scooch the floors out and cover the full distance, but you will have a different pattern. The pavers will take care of most of this. The thin paver, not the raised paver. The standard paver. Alright, once you've done that, you've got your holding bits. What I would do here is I would now switch to that. So now you're holding that floor in place. Excuse me. And then you do this one. Now, if we want to have the similar, I'm going to have to flip this floor. And you can, you can continue to do all of that. But you'll see here, if we're looking at the top, see the animation end about here? And then if we look at the bottom, which is the back side of this, you see how the animation carries all the way down to here. Alright. So, and now you have to do all of your flipping and adjusting, adding your race initiators, because if you adjust that floor and then you add the race initiator now, it's not going to work, obviously, because you've moved everything. So you do all the race initiators, get those put in place, then adjust your floor to get the effect. Then you switch the floor if you want, or add floors, or add, the standard paver to get your different, this one, and then the other one. The one with all the swirly bits over here. Which you can then add and, and completely change your pattern. And, break it up and have a different look. And thankfully these delete fairly easily. Or mix and match. We've gone over this. But for those of you who haven't seen it yet, if you're new here and you're lurking in the background. Alright, so we should probably match effect, right? So we need to flip that. Drop this in. Change that to that. And this gets, a little sketchy. And frustrating. Thank you. Alright, so I'm flipping. This is always where it becomes kind of weird. So I'm going to go up here. And that's going to... Oops. That's going to face in. Alright. Get rid of that one. Do that. And that. I think. Confidence. Alright. And then... blah, 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 blah. That's doing that now. Let's get you out of here for now. You up there, you out of there. You need a holding pattern. But let's try to add the wall in with that there. Oh, okay, good. That's that. Oh, actually, no, don't even need to do that. It's already flipped. Alright, so now we need to... Alright, we're going that way, so we need to bring it down one. Grab that, do this. Grab that. Drop that down. Come on. And obviously you can change the light pattern by, you know, bringing this further back or put it together, depending on what you feel like dealing with. Alright, so now that's doing that. And this one's already set up for that, so that saves us a nice little bit of time right there. Now we can do that. And that, which is great. Already set up there. Come on. Get in your spot, please. Oh, you know what? Sometimes that there. Throw it off a little bit these days, it seems. Come on. Alright, fine. Do that. Do that, then we'll do that. Now we're going to go up one. And then we'll go down one. And then we'll lose our mind. Ah, yeah, fabled. I've been told that. All right. Well, now we have have a little walk. I should have probably put in the middle, but hey. Alright, now comes the other fun part. So now we need to find a spot that's not gonna get in our way. Alright, so now we'll do 3, 5. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the one that's there. Get rid of these. We can then add in all of these. And again, you know, 1, it was the way it was shown. 2, it made sense. But the reason I use these is that you can tell when your pattern is full. A lot easier to tell. So we want to see this from the inside. And I didn't do the floor, although we could. It's all set up, right? All we got to do is come from this angle and this angle. So it's, again, a lot easier with just the wall. I'm so glad I, you know, figured this out. You know, to get, you know, that nice height. It's gonna be wacky. Yeah, so stuff. So we want to look at this from here. Go. Let's bring that up to match. So now you'll notice we can bring that in. Get rid of all these. Carefully. But the thing is everything you need is right here. You know, you essentially, now that this is set up, you know, you could do this in a, you know, more of a circular fashion. I'm actually thinking about doing that. With the pavers, have kind of like an idea that Levity was talking about, and I was going to try and do something similar. But yeah, I'll throw a tutorial down on this, I guess. Tutorial. I don't know why I said it like that. And then we'll do the same thing here. You know, we'll, although this one we probably should have faced this way, just so it would have made our lives easier. Because now we're going to have to, that one, I mean, you know, easier, who knows. Same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You just got to be careful here that you don't add in the last one. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You could even get rid of that one if you felt so inclined. We at least have this here, and we have that there. Then you can get rid of the pavers. Trying not to delete anything. Put these back in. And we can get rid of that, and we can even get rid of a bunch of these right now if we wanted to. As long as you keep, you know, a decent amount here, you should still be fine. Alright. Got our wall, and we'll open that. Till we get the effect. Come on. Thank you. That back in. All right, and now you have the tunnel of craziness, craziness. And if we wanted to, which I think I'm gonna now, no, hey, how you doing? We could carry this through. And see how these take up that gap perfectly? We don't have the flame, you know, cutting through from what I know, I can tell anyway, if I remember correctly. This is a little off. Something's weird there. There we go. You know, we'll have to actually flip this off of this floor here. You know, and now what you can do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, you can obviously do all of that again, and then you know, keep extending it, right, so that this overlaps. You're set up now, so all you have to do is, you know, just bring each one of these you know, down and up, and then do, you know, one you know, one short wall down, one short wall up, and you can just continue to repeat this process. And you already have your holding pattern all back here. So you all you need to do is, you know, for each one, you just be like, okay, I'm going to take this one out. I'm going to, you know, do this, that, and the other thing. And if you want to do the floor, and make it a complete crazy wackiness. And this just stems off of all the stuff I've already done. Now, though, instead of having a cube, we're using this because it places it perfectly at the top level. So if you need to make that right angle, excuse me, you can. And see, I can even get rid of all that if I want. Although I should probably do this in the spot that it's intended to be done at. Be right here. And then you gotta, again, be careful that you're not... And all I, it just, you flip all your floors. You can, and if you want it wider, okay, you do 2 floor panels wide. And then just bring that one out to that side, and just set it up that way, Just add in 1 more floor panel. So that way you can get a little bit wider. Anything after that, you're going to have a dead spot with the animation. So... keep that in mind. Because it only goes so far. Now you can try, and I haven't done it, and I think the beam also gets a little too wide. And it changes things again. But you could try to do a manual placement version. But so where are we here, right? Yeah. And then this one's gonna go this way. Get rid of that. Again, we need to drop it 1. That. 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 And now, which is going to be weird because the rest of the floor is going to have to follow along with this. Yeah, you can use that. So the legacy floors, and only the legacy floors do this, and the paver bits. The one alloy floor I've gotten to do it, but it's a manual placement, which I then replace with a cube. I've tried doing it this way, but the floor thicknesses are different. We can make another attempt, but, if I switch this with a... it skims over. It's just a different thickness. All right, so now I have to actually get rid of these, I think. Although I wonder... that much of it shows up. That would be on the floor. I'm just thinking, like, if we did a large floor, you'd have something in the center. These would be showing through the top. All right. So now we'll do the old, we'll do it in this direction. generally you want to lay out some, get all the motion going, so that way if you accidentally are deleting and you happen to delete what you don't want to delete. Alright, so, and then we could, do this here. But I would recommend flipping it from one of these walls, because I don't know if that is going to cause an issue. Although I'm curious to see if this is already set up. So let's try it, actually. And I can just go about my day. Ooh, pardon me. So I will eventually get a tutorial out on this. Yeah. Oh, what do you know? It is. Sweet. Right on, right on, right on. All right, we're going to have a gap here. We can add in after if we want, but I just kind of want to see. From a distance, it'll look, pretty uniform. Obviously, it'll have its gap, but, all right. And then we take that again. And now we're going that way. And there you have that. And then you can add in, like, see, we've got the signal booster there for the other one. We could do something similar here, add in swirly bits, and have it, whatever. Now, you can see it's a little warbly, but we have no flame. The white strip actually, fills in that seam. Provides a nice pulse, right? All right, so now we will save. We probably should have done that a while ago. And then we will reload. Oop, I should probably save again since I just did all that. And then we'll reload. Okay. We're going to reload our restore point. Any questions? Pretty straightforward, Pop that in with the wall. One down. Or one up, depending on which direction you're going. And then micro adjust your floor. And then you can switch over to pavers if you want, or add pavers in, however you feel like doing it. But now we should be lined up, and since we're close enough, it didn't go out of sync, hopefully. But now if we notice and we look on the bottom, see how it's nice and even? It's not, doing that warbly bit. Even the lighting is, a little more succinct. It's a little clearer. And there you have it. And even keeping this one blank, it's kind of neat. I mean, I'm going to have to bring it forward because this is, if I were to keep this, but it's so easy to make now that it's kind of, I can mess around here a little bit, not worry about it. That's also why this is called an R&D. So, in case I want to add. Now you would take a paver, one of these pavers, not the raised paver, but your paving. You don't have to go black, but it works the best in my opinion. And then you can take the small version of that. Which is this one. Sorry, I had to check my fin. And you can bring it down one. Maybe bring it up one as well. And this is, going to change patterns here. This will sort of give you an idea of what you're going to get. You're going to get these 3 lines here with that, like that. You don't have to do it any particular way. You could go from the top side and, maneuver it that way. And you could just bring in this straight like that. You could leave a bunch of these. I'll leave this one rolling. And then just do it normal. And the nice thing about this is the paver will basically cover that gap too. And this is, again, depending on what you want to do for a pattern. Come on. Thank you. And depending on how much room you have, etc., etc. You can bring it down and start it. I've got holders here now, so I don't have to worry too much. Strip this all out. Trying not to get confused and strip out your race initiator. That would be a drag. that. And then that, hopefully, we can cut down on the amount of these that we need. And that gives us our best pattern. Alright, so we would do something similar here. One that way, one that way. Now the shimmering effect on the back side, you're going to get it, and the more you have of these overlap too to create different patterns, you're going to notice it more. That's right. Okay. Hold on. Let's make sure we are on the right level for starters. But I'm trying to remember if this, because this is... Oh yeah, no, you're fine. Okay, all right, never mind. Something happened there. You got to keep an eye on that. That's why it's always good, again, to have your backup. It might have stuck to something else, which is entirely possible. All right, we're good. I thought it was a case of flipped the wrong direction. And that cuts down on the amount of parts we needed. Yes, it is an overlap. But again, these sort of things are meant for, you know, I'd put this in a tunnel somewhere, or, you know, it'd be a feature kind of thing. You know. Oops. All right, we may have screwed up there. Yeah, not really. I should have held it in with a different item. That's my own fault. But since we're already here, we might as well just carry through. And see what it looks like, right? Why the heck not? Oh, because we're now interrupting this one. Great. Oh, whatever. We're here. It's too late now. We've done it. We've done it. Nothing we can do about it now. Although that doesn't look quite right, does it now? Looks off. So now we'd have to bring that one in. No. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Get that one all wrong. And of course, I am Scrooged. Actually, did I plan this proper here? I think I might have. I did. We actually want to go from this direction. Now, if I bring that down, hopefully. There we go. Although it doesn't line up here. It lines up here, but not there. Alright, so you need to come down one more, right? I think. That's gonna be too far, I think. We could do the little, the bump move. That's right, we could do that. That's not enough here. Alright, what about you guys? You're over here. That's not centered. It looks like one, but it's just a little bit off. Alright, let's try... What of a biscuit? Let's try that. Doesn't put a centered... Go again. Maybe. Or go the other way. Yeah, see, it's just too much, right? Yeah. I think we would have had to have flipped that. I'm doing something wrong here. The flip is wrong. Well, you know what? I'm going to keep doing this and see where it goes. Keep nudging it along. Nudge it along. Nope. Nay, it's a... Right, I'll have to figure out how to get that to work proper. I'm doing something wrong. Not sure what it is. It could be because it didn't get flipped from one of the floors that are here. And I think that's kind of where the problem lies. I don't know, I'm starting to wonder if I can maybe get it to work off of something here. Catching that. Let's see. The height's different. If we do that, we're also missing part of the animation, but I think that looks right. Okay, there it is. Now we... Not sure why this is a better seam up top than it is here. But for some reason it is. Not a huge deal. I actually kind of like that little... that... Fun things to do with a square. Or a hallway, or whatever you want to call this. Hey. And then You know, just you can extend this for as long as you want to. Oh, we do have a little bit of flame. Okay. I am noticing that. That's from this one. And only from those. Interesting. Okay. That's a little strange. I just noticed that. Although, it could be, but I doubt it. I was going to say it could be because they're not synced. But it's odd that just those two are doing that, and the seam is a little different from the top and bottom. But I don't think that's going to fix it. I have a feeling it has something to do with something else, and I don't know what. Because every other seam is, you know, it seems like it's not seeing any flame. See how we're nice and we're only getting a little bit of that, of the bar coming through. Yet down here we have this major crossover. All right, gotta look into why that happened. Burr, 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 burr. You know, then you can get all kinds of wacky from here. Doesn't take too much to add stuff in for fun. And we're going to do this super quickly. Just to see a potential. It will be not lined up in any way, shape, or form. And we're not even going to bother with that. And all we're doing is having some fun, seeing what we get. If anything. Yeah, in the crack of these, it won't lay straight. You can actually see where it does this weird flip. And that just the paver. I mean, you could shrink these down and, you know, place them in. The animation should remain the same. That way they're not, you know, sticking out as much. And you could, you know, bring, depends on what you were trying to do again. It's always that sort of thing. Hey, how you doing? Atlas Galacticus, what's going on? It seemed to add much, does it? Not really. And depending on, you know, where you're standing, all kinds of crazy stuff, I suppose, you know. Bring that out, you know, hide that so that you're only seeing the beam. All kinds of wacky things you can do. Yeah, the pavers are very bizarre with their... Yeah, see how much of a curve that has? And then it's boop. It's just paver. It's so weird. It's so bizarre. I don't know what the heck's going on with that, eh? Oops. Not what I wanted. What's gonna happen here? Oh, we already know. Oh, nice. Yeah, my brother's gonna be stoked for that. Big Resident Evil fan. Hmm. Crooked. Okay. All right. You're rolling on that. Gotcha. Completely different directions. I mean, we know the basic effect, you know, and sometimes it's just nice to see it in a different configuration. There. Make a nice little mix. Be cool if we could get a few other colors booking, but, you know, the two, you know, primary dealies we got going on here work. It works well. And there you have it. Always something fun. New and wacky. Yeah, and depending on where you place the these thingamajiggies. And, you know, for this, I would probably bring in, you know, some other items to, that's just pure chaos. Absolutely no need for that. Yeah, it took a minute for it to kind of, whoa, wait a minute. What pattern do I have? Even that sort of subtle bit right there is not bad, you know? And depending on which way the signal booster's turned and how much of it's showing and etc., you know, it's going to get you a different, slightly different, you know, thick to thin sort of, you know, effect. Or drive through. Yeah. Cannon. Tilted, damn it. And depending on the angle, you know, you might get something interesting. Why not? We're here. Let's do it. It's way crooked. Oh, yeah, no. That's not gonna work. Chaos! Insanity! But you get where I'm going with all this, you know. It's really a question of what you feel like going through and getting, you know, crazy effects to happen. And I'm sure there's something we're missing that we haven't seen yet. We will at some point. And if we were to extend this, you know, down so that there wasn't this breakdown here, you know, we'd pick up, that light would get picked up by this a little bit, which would, you know, create the effect a little bit stronger here, which you might be able to see, you know, etc. Any questions? Although now we're not really set up for any of that. You know what I mean? I mean, I could bring back, you know, one of the... I find all this doubting from people that play No Man's Sky to be highly illogical. Find that to be highly illogical, Captain. So. Yeah, I got to figure out what happened here. It's a weird little with the floor. I wonder if I should have flipped it from the floor as opposed to the ceiling. I don't know. That's a question that I will ponder at a different time. You getting any interruption from that other one? And then, of course, you know, there's the dotted version. That tends to eat up a ton of shoot. Okay, here's another thing that you got to remember. And be careful of. That the things where it's only one of, if you move, you can lose. Be careful of that. Well, I think, you know, there's less doubt these days in No Man's Sky. I keep seeing new content creators, new players. It's quite amazing. All right, folks. I think that's going to do it for me today. We have tomorrow, and then I go back to work. But then I have Wednesday off to find out. I got to go to the doctor. Get my primary care guy. So I will have that day off, but I got to go and deal with stuff. And then I will probably be doing, I think Battlefield 6 is going to be doing some stuff again. I'm not really streaming that right now. One, because I tend to say the word BS a lot and get kind of cranky. But if you want to see me get cranky and BSy, or hear me at least, because I don't do the camera, I do stream it on Discord, and oftentimes I will be building on Discord. So feel free to hang out in the music lounge and listen to some mellow tunes or play some tunes yourself in there. And I like to try to keep it mellow, but it doesn't have to be. I like new music. I like old music. I like all kinds of music. What am I going to say? Well, thank you, Joy Ross. Thank you. Again, pretty straightforward now that we have this newer version or newer technique on how to get this done. It's that's pretty crazy. Sometimes it's just you happen to be doing something and you're like, what if oh, hey, look at that. So much easier. And, it makes life better and easier, faster. Granted, you may want to go throwing in some cubes at some point within all of this. I would even hold with some pavers some of this stuff here ahead of time. But all right, let's see if there's anybody streaming that I know of on this Monday afternoon. We can send some love. GT's doing Bloodborne. That's the only person I'm seeing. Yep. I don't see anyone doing any No Man's Sky. But GT Apex is doing, at least he was. Hold on, no, I don't even see him. Oh, Jason plays at 3 o'clock. So in about an hour and 5 minutes. Jason Plays will be doing some, I wish I could afford to get it. I'd be streaming this with a buddy of mine. Who you've seen in chat. But Grounded 2. I did the first one, it was fun. And the second one looks fun too. So, and you now have, mounts and things like that. But yeah, all right. Anyway, if you want to go check out GT Apex there, go check him out. Hopefully this will bring up his YouTube channel there. He's doing whatever. Oh no, what did I say he was doing? Yeah, go give him some love. He's on. If not, at least subscribe to him. Fun to watch. And then we got Jason Plays at 3 o'clock doing some Grounded 2. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me on Discord. Once again, I will throw that out there. And I will try to answer you or help you if I can. And I will be on tomorrow morning again, 10 a.m. the usual time. So, until next time, this has been me, Kevin C. here, wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and starship grease. Get your action pants on. Get out there. Start building some wild and wacky stuff. All right, y'all. Until next time, take care. We'll see you soon. Enjoy the rest, everybody. Bye.
Action Pants Gaming.
Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing pots together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right.